We have never been a loud people. Our elders always taught us that actions speak louder than words, so we learned to keep our heads down, keep our grades up, keep our kin close, keep our mouths shut. I wonder, what it does to a people when they stay quiet for so long. Do they forget their voice? The sound of their stories, the resilience of language? When you are no longer in your motherland, does your mother tongue still sing of home? What work songs lifted our spirits as we built the railroad? What prayers did we whisper as they sent us to camps in the mountains to meditate on all the ways we don't belong to this country? So we stayed quiet. As they burned our Chinatowns down and spit on our grandmas at bus stops, we stayed quiet. As they laughed in our faces and told us to go back where we came from, but they've mistaken our silence for compliance. Looked on our meekness as weakness. See, we, and not the submissive stereotype that's been depicted on silence, on us, they've gotten it twisted. See, silence is golden, as are we. A gradient of yellow to brown, every Koreatown a little Saigon in active defiance. Every hunchbacked elder a humble giant. Silence is grace in the triumph, is peace in the riot. Silence is bold, a force. It is the brewing calm before the coming storm, and now the sky is splitting open and the rage is pouring forth, so this is for every kid who has ever tried to pull their nose bridge to make it taller. Every time they mocked us because our eyes are smaller. This is for our elders, both alive and remembered. For their lessons, the tough and the tender. For our full names, past and present, may they be pronounced, may they be respected. For every chink in the national fabric, every nip in the winter wind of prairie towns and northern hamlets coast to coast on stolen land. We are here. We've been here. From takeout joints and internment camps to internships and graduation caps, we are strong. We have pride. We fight. We fall. We rise. And to the ones who say we don't belong, it's them who should open their eyes.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle and welcome to the Anti-Asian Racism Conversations event as presented by the Chinese Graduates Association of Alberta, CGAA, and supported by the Edmonton Heritage Council. We'd like to start off by acknowledging that we are on Treaty 6 territory, the traditional meeting grounds, gathering place, and traveling route of the Cree, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Métis, Dene, and Nakota Sioux. We acknowledge all the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit whose footsteps have marked these lands for centuries. Since 2001, the Government of Canada officially declared May as Asian Heritage Month. And so this year's theme is Recognition, Resilience, and Resolve. It's about honoring and recognizing all the contributions of those with Asian heritage and descent with those stories of resilience and perseverance. And even more important now than ever, please let this be a call to action for all Canadians to come together to combat all forms of anti-Asian racism and discrimination. Let's actually celebrate our incredible diversity that makes Canada what it is, a multicultural gem. In today's event, it'll be running from 12 to 5 p.m. MST. The event has two main areas. So one being workshops like self-defense, panel discussions, and story sharing. We have some amazing speakers. So Teresa Wu Paul, Amarjeet Sohi, Marty Chan, Canadian blogger Linda Hong, and more. The second part being here with me, there'll be performances and to celebrate cultures, as well as videos from members of the community like yourself all across Alberta. We wanted to capture your feelings and thoughts and concerns about anti-Asian racism, as well as any hopes about what we can do about all of this. So feel free to switch back and forth with all the activities we have going on. If you are interested in the workshops and panel discussions, you can leave me and you can go to our front page and there will be buttons that will lead you directly there. We also do have a resource page on our website with information like the crisis intervention hotlines. If you have more information for us or questions, feel free to leave a comment in the chat below and we'll get back to you. This is a very important topic. It's difficult to talk about racism, but we hope you know and hope you feel it too that being a part of this event, being a part of the discussion, is a start to creating those ripples that are so necessary for this wave of change to come. Okay, with that, let's officially start off the event after some words from our host and supporter, Fred Locke and David Ridley.
To celebrate the Asian Heritage Month, here's the opening of the Anti-Racism Conversations 2021. Hi, I'm Fred Locke, the president of the Chinese Graduates Association of Alberta. I'm delighted to open the live online Anti-Racism Conversations of 2021. The past few years, the Canadian society has seen a huge increase in Asian racism, be it a subtle name-calling, a derogatory message on the wall, online, or an incidence of outright beating of an elderly Asian on the neighborhood street. All this actual racism happening in our mainstream lives in Canada in the modern day of 21st century. This makes us recognize and reflect on the Asian pioneers more than 100 years ago, who built and contributed to the Canadian society through the hard work and resiliency. Seems we have not made enough progress in the society. We're taking the opportunity of the Asian Heritage Month to start a meaningful conversations through arts and culture, presentations, panel discussions, and feedback from the community leaders and politicians to bring out racism in the open and have a better understanding to resolve this long-standing hidden issue. I congratulate and thank all presenters and volunteers in their participation in today's online event. I know everyone has put a lot of hard work and effort in putting this program together. It's all worthwhile to communicate the diversity of Asian Canadians for a better future. Have a great program and share the conversations. We all look forward to a greater understanding and collaboration of all Canadians. Thank you to all and enjoy the program and enjoy the Asian Heritage Month.
My name is David Ridley, Executive Director of the Edmonton Heritage Council. Thank you to the organizers and the Chinese Graduates Association of Alberta for convening this important discussion. The core value of the Edmonton Heritage Council is that all of our stories are important in making a strong community and a civil society built on mutual respect, opportunity, and creativity. Many of the stories that come together and the related experiences are life-giving and inspiring, but many are difficult, not respectful, or welcoming. And these need to be expressed and addressed in forums like this one. For example, as many of you will know, the history of the location and the subsequent demolition and redevelopment of Edmonton's early Chinatowns is, in good part, a story of marginalization, prejudice, and racism that has shaped the very form of downtown Edmonton itself. But the enduring presence of Edmonton's Chinatown is equally a testament to the resilience and spirit of the diverse Chinese and larger Asian community, essential in the building of this city, of the community and the region. It's an obligation of organizations like the Edmonton Heritage Council to support, lead, and advance these conversations and to address the needed changes. We take that very seriously. So it's an honor to be connected with you and with the Asian Heritage Month program in Edmonton, around Alberta, and across Canada. Thank you for your courage and leadership in this.
Zoe Yee is a high school student who is in the Mandarin bilingual program. Zoe loves playing music and singing and even has an adoring YouTube audience. Here is Zoe with our national anthem.
True patriot love in all
Hongde Cultural and Athletic Association, under the tutelage of Shifu Michael Yong, strives to promote Chinese culture and instill positive values in the younger generation by teaching Hoksan lion dance, dragon dance, warrior drumming, and 5 ancestor fist style kung fu. Next up is their warrior drumming performance.
Happy Asian Heritage Month. I'm Yuen, Senator for British Columbia in the Parliament of Canada. Congratulations to the Chinese Graduates Association of Alberta for organizing this event on anti-Asian racism and for inviting me to make a few opening remarks. I want to thank you for focusing on the 3 R's in anti-Asian racism, which are recognition, resilience, and resolve. Recognition is the starting point because we as a community have to face up to the fact that we are facing these acts of physical violence, of online hate, and of verbal abuse. But these problems are not just ones that have been taking place in recent months. There has been a longer tradition and practice of systemic discrimination against Chinese Canadians and other Asian Canadians for many, many years. Recognition has to go beyond our community, and it has to go into, of course, non-Asian communities. The mainstream of Canadian society also has to recognize that anti-Asian racism is a thing, and it's something that we have to work together to combat. The second R, resilience, is crucial if we are going to get through this difficult period where there has been a spike in anti-Asian hate. And resilience starts, first of all, with ourselves as individuals to learn the tools and techniques of responding to acts of hate and abuse and discrimination. And it isn't always through confrontation. We have to protect ourselves. At the same time, we have to stand up for our rights and work towards gradual change so that these acts of hate are not perpetrated indefinitely. But resilience comes also through the strengthening of our institutions and society as a whole. And we have to work towards making those changes in the way organizations are run, the way in which language is used, the way in which casual remarks or jokes are made. All of these acts of slighting and putting down Asian Canadians and other Canadians of color are not acceptable. And we need to build resilience in our institutions to combat these kinds of unacceptable acts. Finally, we need resolve. We need resolve because the battle against anti-Asian hate is not a short-run challenge. It has to be done over many years. And the resolve has to come through the systematic identification of the problems that cause anti-Asian hate. We have to always identify the lies and the falsehoods and half-truths that are used to perpetrate hate against our community. But I'm confident that with the help of organizations such as yours, working in solidarity with other Chinese Canadian, other Asian Canadian, and other Canadian organizations of visible minorities, we can make a country that is more inclusive, more welcoming, and with a lot less discrimination and racism. Thank you again for inviting me. I wish you very successful deliberations.
Message from the Premier of Alberta. On behalf of the Government of Alberta, it is my pleasure to send greetings to the Asian Heritage Month YEG Anti-Racism Conversations 2021. Asian Heritage Month is a chance to celebrate the contributions Canadians of Asian descent have made to our society. As we reflect on Alberta's wonderful diversity, we can acknowledge that while we have made progress, there is still a lot of work ahead to address and eliminate racism in our province. Alberta is a place where we recognize people based on how well they treat others and what they add to our communities. No one in our province should ever have to fear for their safety or be subject to prejudice or discrimination. Together, we can keep learning from our history, have honest conversations about our present, and strive for a future with equality of opportunity for all. Thank you to the Chinese Graduates Association of Alberta for creating a platform for discussion and helping to raise awareness of this important issue. Best wishes for a successful program. Honourable Jason Kenney, Premier of Alberta.
It is my absolute pleasure to join you virtually for this very important discussion about anti-Asian racism in Alberta. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge that our beautiful province of Alberta sits in Treaty 6, 7, and 8 territory, and that this land has a deep and meaningful importance to the Métis people of Alberta. During Asian Heritage Month, we've had just the most beautiful chance to celebrate in so many ways virtually, but we are able to celebrate with immigrants to Canada from Asia who have helped grow our beautiful province and our country. But we are also needing to focus our collective attention on racism and discrimination of Albertans of Asian descent and what they still face. This racism often looks different than racism against other racialized groups. It can be a lot more subtle, such as the stereotypes of model minorities. Such stereotypes include that Asians are good at math and that Asians are hardworking and they never complain, or that Asian women are more quiet and submissive. This means it is especially pervasive and just as harmful as more obvious acts of racism. Stereotypes and bias erase all kinds of things like individuality, and they hold people back from being and achieving everything that they are capable of. Over the past year, we have seen tragic incidents of hatred toward people of Asian heritage around the world and right here in Alberta. And it's at these times of stress and fear, people will lash out and look for scapegoats instead of doing what we should do, which is truly supporting each other. Right now, we need to find common ground and focus on working together towards our province's recovery. As your minister responsible for multiculturalism, I can't tell you how much I believe in our collective strength, in our diversity, and how that leads to ending racism. And it's crucial for our province's future. As a woman who's been targeted by racist comments and actions, I really, truly know how deeply it hurts. And not just to the individual, but the entire community. Asian communities have been an incredible part of Alberta's history since before it was officially a province. These amazing, amazing communities deserve our respect and appreciation for everything that they've done to help build our prosperity. I would like to take a moment to say to all Albertans of Asian heritage, to know that the government of Alberta stands with them. We all condemn all forms of hatred in this province and believe that it completely contradicts everything that makes Alberta such a beautiful province and a tapestry of incredible culture. The Alberta I love draws its strength from its diversity of its people who live here. People who are hardworking, generous, kind, and open-minded, no matter the color of their skin, the country they were born in, the language they speak, or who they love. Today, through this virtual event, we will stand together against hatred. And I hope and pray that all Albertans are super inspired to work together and to make sure that this province continues to be a safe and welcoming place where all people can succeed. Thank you.
Hello friends, I'm Josephine Pond, Minister of Seniors and Housing and MLA for Calgary-Bennington. May is Asian Heritage Month. As you know, the theme for this year is recognition, resilience, and resolve. The COVID-19 pandemic has created stress and anxiety in our daily lives, but a few have experienced these pressures like ethnic community at the front lines during this very challenging time. The fight against racism is a battle that we must fight every day. It is important to understand that we cannot let down our guard. We have seen an increased level of hate against members of our Asian community, and we will not tolerate it. Canada belongs to all of us. It is our home. Canada welcomed each and every one of us with open arms, and we have a responsibility to do the same to all others who come after us. Thank you to the Chinese Graduate Association of Alberta for taking the initiative to contribute to the conversations and that help to defeat the racism. Premier Jason Kenney and my government colleagues are proud to join the fight against racism. The Alberta Anti-Racism Advisory Council continues its missions to advise our government on how to combat racism. Our government launched the Multiculturalism, Indigenous, and Inclusive Grant Program in December 2019, created to strengthen our province's historical value of cultural diversity and welcoming. We will stand against hate every step of the way on the path to keeping our province free of discrimination. We are strong together. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this vital conversation about race, racism, and intolerance in our city. The past 15 months have been extremely challenging for everyone in our community and around the world. Unfortunately, a horrible byproduct of this already difficult pandemic has been the unearthing of intolerant and hateful mindsets that were previously kept under the surface. This bigotry and this hatred was always there, but they've been emboldened by toxic messages and poor leadership. And as a result, we've seen instances of anti-Asian racism on the rise. Now, make no mistake, there is no place for racism here. And it is the responsibility of all Edmontonians to stand together and stand against Asian racism and discrimination of all kinds towards anyone. Edmonton's Asian community were integral in the founding and creation of the city we all call home today. The first known Chinese Edmontonians settled here in May of 1890 and established a laundry. The Chinese and Asian history of Edmonton is our shared history, and one that we should all be extremely proud and honored to share in. We're fortunate to be a city full of diversity and unique perspectives, and it's something to be celebrated and treasured. And so I'd like to thank the Chinese Graduates Association of Alberta for bringing everyone together today for these important anti-Asian racism conversations, and for everyone who has joined in to participate and engage today with this challenging material. We must stand together and stand up to hatred and intolerance. Thank you.
My name's Trish Estabrooks, and I'm extremely proud to serve as chair of the Edmonton Public School Board. You know, when I think about racism, I think about some of the stories that kids in our school division have shared with me, and the way in which racism has impacted their lives and their learning. And it is unacceptable in this day and age that we would have children feel that racism and feel that hurt. It has to stop. And it has to stop because our kids have told us that it has to stop. So support ending racism, support the anti-racism campaign, and thanks for pulling this together.
Our next performance showcases a song called 大鱼, or Big Fish, from the Chinese movie 大鱼海棠, Big Fish and Begonia. This particular arrangement is from the band Octo East. Please enjoy this beautiful piece.
Throughout the past month, the tremendous efforts to end Asian hate has been seen coast to coast. This is how Canada celebrated Asian Heritage Month.
Hi, my name is Janette. I am a teacher. I'm extremely grateful to be a part of this anti-Asian racism conversations video during this event held by the Chinese Graduates Association of Alberta. Today I'll be sharing with you my perspective and my thoughts on anti-Asian racism. Anti-Asian racism is extremely normalized in society. For a long time, it has been hidden and cloaked, very subtle but still harmful because of the model minority myth. This portrayal and perception that all Asians are successful, wealthy, hardworking, submissive, docile, polite, and law-abiding citizens minimizes the role racism plays in the diversity of struggles that Asian Canadians face. For example, Asian students in school are less likely to receive help and support from teachers, as there is this expectation and stereotype that Asians are high achievers academically. So what happens when you do not fit into this myth? It becomes extremely difficult to find a place to belong, and it's complicated navigating through what is essentially a chronic identity crisis. So I support anti-racism efforts because it's no longer good enough to be not racist. We need to actively work together to resist and dismantle systemic racism. Anti-racist is a verb. It's about the deliberate actions we take to critically analyze and challenge our own biases. It's about holding ourselves accountable for not only what we say or do, but what we don't say and don't do. We have to really ask ourselves if we are part of the problem or part of the solution, because apathy and silence speaks volumes about our attitude towards racism. For me, to be part of the solution is to work and continually work on being anti-racist, to have difficult conversations, to continually educate myself and hold myself accountable for my words, for my actions, what I do, what I say, what I don't do, and what I don't say.
My name is Ryan, and I am the assistant captain for the Hungmun Athletic Club Lion Dance team. I'm fourth-generation Chinese-Canadian. Racism has always been a problem that has plagued society. An incident that has always stuck with me happened when I was just in grade 3. During a recess break, a few of my friends were playing a game on the playground with kids from another grade. When I approached and asked if I could play, one of the kids said, "No, because you're Chinese." At that moment, I was in a state of shock because up until then, I never experienced racism or viewed myself differently than the other kids in my class. I walked away teary-eyed. Fortunately, one of my friends overheard the incident and came over to comfort me, telling me that the kid was just being prejudiced and to not listen to her. Coincidentally, we just learned what prejudice meant a few weeks prior to this incident. At that point in time, we didn't even know what the word racism meant. These types of experiences shouldn't be happening to anyone, young or old. We are all Canadian. Why should the color of our skin or ethnicity define how Canadian we are? Canada is a country that values multiculturalism and equality. We need to embrace these values. Racist behaviors have been on the rise in recent months. More racists are becoming emboldened to verbally or physically attack others, complete strangers, just because of their ethnicity or color of their skin. Growing up, I was taught to let it go, ignore it, and it'll go away. That is not the case. We need to talk about these issues louder than ever. Make these cases heard. That's a step in the right direction to finding a solution to end all racism.
PH15 is a duo consisting of Isaac Friesen and George Zhang, two childhood best friends and alumni of the Chinese bilingual program who bonded over their love for music. Their YouTube channel, PH15 Music, already has over 10,000 views. Be sure to check out more of their songs there.
我祈祷拥有一颗透明的心灵和会流泪的眼睛，给我再去相信的勇气，哦，越过谎言去拥抱你。每当我找不到存在的意义，每当我迷失在黑夜里，哦，夜空中最亮的星，请指引我照亮你。夜空中最亮的星，是否知道曾与我同行的生命如今在哪里？哦，夜空中最亮的星，是否在意？是当太阳升起，还是意外先来临？我宁愿所有痛苦都留在心里，也不会忘记你的眼睛，给我再去相信的勇气，哦，越过谎言去拥抱你。 存在的意义，没让我迷失在黑夜里。哦，夜空中最亮的星，请照亮我前行。
My name is Marty Chan. I'm wearing this mask in case I might have symptoms of COVID, and I'm protecting people from the spread of the disease. But when some people see this mask on my face, they see a scapegoat to blame for the pandemic. That's one of the devastating results of this disease, a rise in anti-Asian sentiments throughout the world. Here's the truth about me. I was born and raised in Canada. Lived here my entire life. For over 25 years, I've been writing books and plays to inspire kids to become the next generation of readers. But the minute I put this mask on, some people see a person to be afraid of. To those people, I say, look under the mask and see that there's a real person behind it who's doing their best to protect you. Remember, the coronavirus doesn't discriminate. Why should people?
Hello everyone, my name is Jee Hyun Lee. I'm here to represent Korean Canadian women. Let me introduce myself briefly. I lived in Korea for 15 years, in China for 7 years, and here in Canada for 16 years. In Korea, when I saw a foreigner, it felt strange. In China, I became a strange foreigner. In Canada, it seems like everyone is a strange foreigner. We are strangers. People from different environments living together in this beautiful country called Canada. It can be very difficult for people who have lived in various environments and cultures to be in community with one another. I think about how a married couple may experience challenges, but with mutual respect, the couple can live together happily. If they are considerate and try to understand each other's needs and shortcomings, they will protect and grow your family without reproach. Neither skin color, nor religion, nor culture is a problem because their lives rooted in love. I don't think there's any difference in relationship with neighbors. Canada is a mosaic country where people from all over the world live together. People are so different but can live in harmony together as Canadian. To live together, we need to understand, respect, learn, and encourage each other like a couple living in the same house. To get to know each other, we have to learn, we have to study each other's culture. To understand each other, we need to know each other's history. This effort narrows the gap between our opinions. If we always acknowledge and tolerate each other's difference, our society will be bright and peaceful. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Megan and I'm a Canadian-born Chinese. And I have been struggling lately just trying to process everything happening on the news. I keep scrolling and scrolling through social media and I'm exhausted because I see my grandparents and every senior getting attacked, and every time something senseless happens to someone, I just think that that could have been my parents, my aunties, or my uncles. Just the other day, my grandma was saying how she doesn't know how safe she would feel to go out on her own after all this, after this pandemic is over. And usually I'm quick to say something reassuring, to say something positive just to lift her spirits, but I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to tell her that day. And I was talking to my parents about all this too, and my dad was saying how he wasn't surprised about all this happening because racism has always been there, if not through violence, through microaggressions, through the little things that people do and say. And he was saying how he doesn't think much can be done about this. And I think a lot of people in the generations before us have just accepted this and decided that this is how things are. But that's not right. Like, we shouldn't just accept this. Now, personally, I know that I shy away from confrontation. I'm not very good with taking stances because I'm always afraid of saying something wrong or offending someone. And I realize I do this, and so many of my friends do as well, because growing up we were taught to work hard, to keep our heads down, and to stay out of trouble. And our parents and grandparents taught us this because this is what they needed to do to ensure that our families could fit in, to start a life, and to survive. But I think now it's our turn to step up, to show that it's not okay that our elders, our relatives, and friends are getting spit on, getting beat up, and killed on the streets. And I think that we can all find our own ways to be able to step up. I'm not exactly sure how or in what way, because this problem just feels so big, bigger than any one of us. But I implore you to try. Maybe helping out would be reaching out to your friends and family just to talk about this, to share your own experiences and stories, just to show people out there that this is important to you and that it's not okay, and that someone out there cares about this. Maybe we have to reach out to our own community groups to start initiatives or to help out, or to educate ourselves on the history of racism, or learn things like bystander intervention in order to be able to protect ourselves and take care of the people around us. And yeah, it's going to be hard and probably awkward and a little weird because most of us aren't used to taking a stand. I mean, most of us aren't even used to talking about our emotions. But if we're not stepping up to protect and fight for our community, who will?
The next performer is a graduate of the Chinese bilingual program and a member of the Jee Hyun Wushu Tai Chi College. Here's a contemporary Tai Chi demonstration performed in the spring snow.
My name is Nancy Ng. I'm Venezuelan-born of Chinese ancestry, and I have spent the major part of my life in Edmonton, Alberta. Anti-Asian racism and sentiments have been part of the Canadian and American fabric since the inception of each country. But when the coronavirus became more prevalent worldwide over a year ago, the hate and the discrimination towards Asians is the tragedy of all tragedies. Asians are being punched in the face, pushed down as they're walking down the street, spit at, stereotyped in demeaning ways, verbally abused with racial slurs, and worse, killed as evidenced in the 8 lives lost during a mass shooting in Atlanta. Anti-Asian racism has been poisoning us much longer than COVID. It is destroying lives and livelihoods much longer than COVID. We are all very fortunate that there's finally a vaccination for COVID, but why isn't their urgency the same to fight against racism? Just like COVID, racism towards any group is also a virus that can be polite at times, systemic many, many times, and deadly too many times. We need anti-racism efforts because our lives depend on it. We need it like we need air. We need it like we need water. Be it discussions or conversations or protests or demonstrations, I hope others can hear and see the realities of Asian experiences with racism and discrimination and join the fight against it. The BIPOC community needs allies. Will you join in the fight, or will you sit back and not do anything because racism towards the BIPOC community is actually working for you? I experienced an unfortunate incident yesterday that I would like to share with you. I recently joined a walking group almost every Saturday morning, and we walk around the river valley just to take in the fresh air and meet new people. One of the walkers, I'll name him David, he had wanted his picture taken with the city skyline in the back. And so he had asked another walker, his name is Alan, to take his picture. So David handed the phone over to Alan. Alan was having a hard time getting a good picture of David. And then all of a sudden, David says to Alan that the phone is a crappy Chinese phone. I looked at David and I asked, "What did you say, David?" And David said, "It's a crappy Chinese thing. The Chinese make crappy stuff." I said, "I'm going to make this awkward. You can't be saying that. You're targeting and attacking a group of people." And David says, "Fine, it's a crappy Quebec thing," and then chuckles. I said, "You don't get it. You're still targeting someone, and it's not funny at all." I made sure I was loud so everyone can hear what had happened. Only one person, Alan, came up to me to tell me I did the right thing. I asked Alan why he didn't say anything or supported me or backed me up, and he couldn't answer. This is not just my problem, it's everyone's problem. Why should I carry this burden by myself? If I didn't speak up, and if no one speaks up, this is going to go on for another 500 years. As long as anti-Asian racism is around, I will always be the perpetual foreigner. I will always be seen as the other, and I will always be asked, "No, really, where are you from?" to remind me that I don't belong here and never will, no matter how perfect my English is, or how anglicized my name is, or how many decades I have lived here. Be kind to one another, and thank you.
My name is Thomas, and I support anti-Asian racism efforts. Making this video was a struggle, and that I'd never been able to articulate how I felt these past several months. Not because the incidents are new and novel, but because this is the reality of my lived experience all of my life. Living with racism was expected. Living with racism was normal. Whether it was being picked last every day during gym class in elementary school, or being mocked for what he ate, Racists had an ability to make you feel less than. This feeling would pervade even when I was alone, watching TV and movies and not seeing anyone like me. It's like it didn't matter. The rising prevalence of anti-Asian violence has been heartbreaking, particularly when I hear my parents talking about it and being affected by it. It's not just these reactions to these events, but them openly sharing painful memories of experiencing racism in their lives. Seeing this level of vulnerability in my parents is a sign that things are serious. All my life, I had accepted racism because I knew I could handle it. But it's personally affected me more so now than it's affecting the loved ones in my life. These loved ones who I don't know if they can handle it. Really, the truth is, none of us should be accepting this. We deserve better, to be respected, to be recognized, to be understood. I support anti-Asian racism efforts because I want my parents to live without fear of walking in public. I support anti-racism efforts because I want equal opportunity for myself and my Asian peers. It starts with a conversation and meeting us with where we're at. Continue to listen to us and continue having these conversations.
After receiving a photo of the Hong Kong harbor's night scenery from a friend, the poem The Water and Moon Are Clear, or 水月明, was composed. Here is a calligraphy demonstration of this beautiful piece.
Hugh Duong is a member of the Chinese Dramatic Club and a popular singer in Chinese community functions. Here's a wonderful singing performance of Farewell Willow by Hugh.
I'm Janice Irwin, the NDP MLA for Edmonton-Highlands-Norwood, and I'm so proud to represent a large part of Chinatown in my riding. I really wanted to thank the Chinese Graduate Association of Alberta and all the voices in the Chinese community here in Edmonton and beyond who've spoken up about anti-Asian racism, and I think it needs to be all of us speaking out, which is why this opportunity to talk about anti-Asian racism is just so critical at this time. Recognition, resilience, and resolve. What a powerful theme this year. Now, we've heard from so many community members some really, really heartbreaking, harrowing stories of racism that they've experienced, and that's been heightened throughout this pandemic. You know, we all have a role to play in not only calling out hatred, discrimination, whenever we see it, but also in building a stronger, more vibrant society that allows all folks from all backgrounds to flourish. And so again, that's why I'm so grateful to be able to participate in this conversation today. I know I won't be naive. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. There's a lot of conversations that still need to happen. And most importantly, there's action that needs to be taken. So we, my colleagues in the NDP official opposition, will continue to call on this government provincially to take hate and to take hate crimes seriously. And I'm proud to be a part of a team that is anti-racist all the time. So thank you, friends. Thank you to everybody in the community. Thank you to all of the voices that continue to speak out. And I promise you, we are with you and we will continue to fight alongside you in this journey. Thank you so much. Take care, be kind, and be safe.
Hi, my name is Austen Chan, and I'm a registered social worker practicing in Alberta, Canada. Over the past 4 years, I've been keeping a close eye on the resurgence of white supremacist ideologies in North America. Thus, I was unsurprised when racist and discriminatory parties targeting minorities in the West began turning their eyes towards us of Asian descent. To be honest, it was inevitable. For too long, we Asians have been the model minority, having our cake and eating it too. A well-known poem reads, "First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out, because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me." Asians in North America are well known to have a culture of keeping to ourselves and not sticking our nose into business that doesn't concern us. So when persecution of Black and Muslim individuals occurred, we as a collective did nothing. In fact, sadly to say, some of us joined in on the persecution of our fellow minorities, thinking that it would endear us better to our white friends. However, now the shoe is on the other foot, and we find ourselves alone in a battle we cannot hope to fight, much less win. Law enforcement will ultimately do nothing to stop Asian hate, just as they did nothing when our fellow minorities suffered from the same discrimination and hate that we are experiencing now. If we truly wish to make a difference in the fight against racism, we must be the ones to break the trend. We must not be afraid to stick our noses into places where we don't belong, and to stand up for our neighbors and for one another. It is only by uniting with our fellow minorities that we can truly begin to make waves in the conversation against Asian hate.
Next is the Monk's Spade, or Yue Ya Chan, performed by Dominic Vu from the Canadian Jingwu Kung Fu Martial Arts Association.
The song 1 Million Possibilities, originally performed by Christine Welch, is about facing choices and making decisions in relationships and in life. The lyrics also incorporate influences from Chinese poetry and philosophy. This rendition by Zoe Yee is based on the cover by Zhang Yuen. Please enjoy.
Hi, I'm Zoe, and this is 100万个可能, or Million Possibilities.
射成永恒的身影，是树下等你。在一瞬间，有100万个可能，该向前走，或者继续等。这冬夜里有100万个不确定，进入深夜或期盼天明。云空的泪如濒临接近了，城市花坠。这一瞬间有100万个可能，我起棉被，我面对寒冷。有情寒风吹来绿身影，一瞬间看着你走近，难料我动心。倾听，他却听沉默的声音，飘射成永恒的身影，是树下等你。在一瞬间有100万个可能，该向前走，或者继续等。这冬夜里有100万个不确定，进入深夜或期盼天明。云空的泪如濒临接近了，城市花坠。这一瞬间有100万个可能，我起棉被，我面对寒冷。那么刹那是那个瞬间，说话的爱会不会改变？爱你让我徘徊在记忆之外，爱你让我等待永久 baby。 突然间那是那个瞬间，有种体现就是那个瞬间，等了好久忍不住伸手，那个瞬间一瞬间有100万个可能，该向前走，或者继续等。这深夜里有100万个不确定，进入冬令或走向街灯。云空的泪如濒临接近了，城市花坠。这一瞬间有100万个可能，能着动心或面对寒冷，该向前走，或者继续等。进入冬令或走向街灯，我进棉被或面对寒冷，能着动心或面对寒冷。
It's Asian Heritage Month, and I've been reflecting on the many opportunities that I've had to meet and celebrate with many of the diverse Asian communities who call our city and province home, to learn about their unique histories, cultures, and contributions to our communities. And as I do, I'm saddened to reflect that with the arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic, we've seen a very sharp rise in hate crimes and violence targeting people of Asian descent, both here in Canada and around the world. In fact, according to the federal website Fight COVID Racism, they've received 1,062 reports of anti-Asian hate crimes so far this year. I know right here in Alberta, Asian members of our communities are facing verbal attacks as they simply go about their lives in public. They've been physically assaulted and spat at. And some Asian businesses I know have seen sharp drops in sales. This is not acceptable. Back in March, I was happy to join from a distance a number of folks from Edmonton's Muslim, Black, Indigenous, and many other racialized communities to stand in solidarity with Asian Albertans at the Building Bridges Against Hate walk here in my constituency. Because we must be united in condemning racism and hatred in all its forms.
So I and all my colleagues in the Alberta NDP caucus recognize the reality and threat of anti-Asian hate, the resilience of the diverse Asian communities in our province. And we are resolved to stand and work with you to stamp it out. So thank you to the Chinese Graduates Association of Alberta for hosting this event today. I hope it's a good one, and I wish you a happy Asian Heritage Month.
Hi everyone, I'm making this video as part of Asian Heritage Month and also to raise some awareness for anti-Asian racism. My name is Jerry and I'm 22 years old. This winter I'll be looking to graduate out of the University of Alberta. Now, I was born in China and when I was 6 years old I moved to Canada, and I was one of the fortunate people who were able to experience life both in my home country and in a foreign country, which now I'm proud to call home. Now, as someone who has gone through this experience, I want to share and inspire people to basically be proud of their own identity. And this is extremely important in the context now that there is a sense of urgency in our communities to stop this racism, which in the recent years we have seen skyrocket. And it's always been there. So to inspire people, I just like to share how I myself made sure that I didn't lose any of my culture and I express it fully in the ways that I can be proud of as a Chinese person. Now, when I was young and I came here, I faced a lot of racism. I was 6 years old. I came here when I was in elementary school, and unbeknownst to me at the time, when I was with a lot of the younger Caucasian kids, they would exclude me in a lot of their activities. They would call me names. They would basically make fun of my appearance, right? And I understand, looking back now, that everyone is, they were kids and they weren't educated at the time, but it really, thinking back now, it really causes a problem because this is something that happens as we grow up as well, and we enter into the workforce. We interact with many different facets of Canadian life, and it's surprising to me that there's not more people speaking out about their experiences like this. I've never been one to hide my own culture and identity, and I show this through listening to my own music, my Chinese music, not losing my Chinese language. I celebrate the Chinese holidays, and I try my best to interact with the international community around the schools here. And I think that's one of the things I can really be proud of, that I've not lost that touch. I've not lost what makes me me, and that would be my Asian heritage. Nothing bad about being Canadian, it's just I feel like it's an important part of me, being Chinese and being Asian, that really connects me with my family members and everyone back home. So I want to inspire everyone, just make sure that you all are thinking to express yourself in the most holistic way possible and to share your own culture, and don't be afraid of being in the spotlight, because in the end it's what makes you you and what can hopefully start bringing light onto Asian heritage and bringing in more acceptance. Thanks everyone, and have a good month.
The 2019 production Koloba features drummers from Kitano Taiko and aerialists from Firefly Theatre and Circus. The piece O Namazu was written by Xavier Sodra and performed by aerialist Sherry Wu. O Namazu is the legendary catfish that lives under Japan and causes earthquakes with its movements. Here is a sneak peek of this stunning production.
Model, minority. Model in what? Model in obedience? Model in compliance? Model, minority. Too privileged to complain, yet not enough to belong. Half a seat at the table. Model, minority. Caught in that space between model and minority. The directive is to model in silence. Even as we move from minority to model, the words still exist. Model, minority. Minority, model. The directive is to go back to our countries. Chink and spit fill that space between minority and model. Minority, model. Supplicants sitting on a stool at the table, building the Pacific Railway and being forcibly interned. Elders assaulted and women shot dead. Minority, model. Minority facing discrimination, minority against oppression, minority in fierce outcry. Minority.
Anti-Asian racism is definitely a very heightened term within the past few years, hugely due to the pandemic. I have seen in news where the rate of hate crime has definitely increased significantly. And I've seen on the internet where videos where Asian elderlies are being pushed onto the road just because of their race. And that is definitely disturbing and unsettling to watch. And it truly makes me reflect on
what if that individual was our friends, families, people that we loved and care about? And that definitely is a very unsettling thought. We shouldn't be having to live in fear, and we should be able to live our daily lives without that as well. So I think it is time for us to stand up for ourselves and for our Asian community and do what's right and fair. And we want to promote a world for our future generations where they don't have to live in fear, and that they can actually, and be proud of their race, since we're such a diverse nation, diverse country, so that we should include all these cultures and groups in it, not exclude anyone from it.
The Magpie Puppet Club, or 喜鹊纸偶团, was formed to promote Chinese cultural stories using paper puppets. The idea originates from Chinese shadow puppets, where puppeteers use the technique to create lively movements to tell folk tales. The club aims to inform and provide audience entertainment while challenging their imaginations.
At a bus stop shelter, there are 6 people waiting for a bus.
Oi, lady, out of the way! Stupid chink, go back to where you came from.
Should I help? Is he going to yell at me too?
What just happened? I didn't even do anything. Why is he yelling at me?
Ma'am, are you okay? I can help walk you to a safer place.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Ah, yes. I will note the time, the place, and the date on my cell phone.
What's wrong with you? Why are you so angry? That was hateful and racist.
Shut up! This has nothing to do with you. Should I push you too?
Hey guys, I think the bus must be coming soon. There must be some kind of traffic jam holding it up.
A bus arrives. A lady in yellow approaches the bus driver.
I want to report that a man just pushed an elderly lady to the ground. He was being racist. We should do something.
Ah, yes. I had it recorded on my cell phone right here. And if you like, I can report it to the police. And text 1-587-507-3838 and report it to a national racism registry.
Oh, thank you. That would make me feel a lot safer. Thank you. You're a very kind man.
Nobody should have to put up with these kinds of things.
We all have a role to play. Remember the 5 Ds: delay, document, direct, distract, and delegate.
This story takes place at a school cafeteria. 2 Asian heritage students were at a table.
Would you like to sit with us?
Sit with you losers? No way. Keep your Chinese virus away from me.
That's pretty racist. Why would you say something like that? You think it's funny?
Yeah, dude, that's not cool.
Yeah, chill out, bro. That's mean.
Stop spreading your racist germs on us. I hope they come up with an anti-racist vaccine soon. Haha.
Hey, let's walk to class together.
Yeah, sure, let's go. Thanks.
I'm sorry about what happened back there. Don't let him get you down.
I appreciate that. You're right.
I saw what happened back there. That's messed up.
Bullying is a serious problem. If you're being bullied, report it to a teacher or someone you can trust.
Born in Hong Kong, Mira Wong started taking Chinese painting lessons at the age of 8. She particularly enjoys painting Chinese landscapes as it renders a peaceful, spiritual connection with nature. Please enjoy her water ink painting demonstration. Well known in the performing arts community as one of Edmonton's leading Filipino show choirs, Koro Filipino started as a small church choir in 1991. Through their unique harmonies, they inspired many churchgoers with their uplifting spiritual hymns and mass songs. Their love for music and community service eventually widened their repertoire to include classic and contemporary Tagalog songs, as well as pieces from all around the world.
Ang lalaki
During COVID-19, we saw a surge in anti-Asian racism. While I myself did not personally experience any attacks, that fear was always there. I had a constant heightened awareness at the grocery store, at the mailbox, or even just a walk around the neighborhood. I was always on alert, anticipating when a stranger might yell at me to go back to my country, blame me for the virus, or just laugh at my mask. So I eventually stepped to places frequented by other Asian Canadians, where I knew I wouldn't have to worry about being singled out. This was how I chose to stay safe, being strategic about where I went. This disruption to my life was short, but it made me reflect on the everyday experiences of Black and Indigenous members of our community who are constantly negotiating with the spaces they're in, making choices to stay safe, COVID or not. Ending racism requires a spectrum of actions to challenge and dismantle systems so entrenched in its colonial and oppressive roots. And as Asian Canadians, there's a lot more we can do. We can examine our own biases and ask, what are we doing for and with our neighbors, friends, and colleagues who are Black and Indigenous? Solidarity needs to come from bridges built across more than one community.
Hi, my name is Stephen Ta, and I'm the captain of the Edmonton-Highlands-Norwood Athletic Club's Lion Dance team, and I'm here to share my thoughts on anti-Asian racism. Hate on Asians and other races has always been happening. As a society, we've definitely come a long way in terms of addressing these issues. However, it's clear that they still exist, which is shown by the increased number of videos and stories on social media that we've all seen. This has brought a lot of attention to the horrible experiences that Asians face, which I think helps spread awareness that these problems are still going on. I feel that we've all faced racism at some point in our lives, whether that be being called a racial slur or being treated differently because of how we look. And we've been taught really to keep quiet and just simply brush it off so it wouldn't get any worse for us. To be completely honest with you, I never saw this as a problem when I was younger. I just thought that it was normal and nothing was wrong. Looking back now, this is extremely wrong, and not how someone should feel when facing similar issues regarding race. I personally do want this to change, and that is why I support anti-racist efforts such as this event. Racism is not something of the past that some may think. It still very much exists in present day, and it won't just go away. I believe that we need to come together, not only as Asians, but everyone, to support each other and continue to push for change in order to try and eliminate racial hate. Thank you for listening.
PH15 is back with the song Hometown or 故乡.
天边夕阳再次映上我的脸庞，再次映着我那不安的心。 这是什么地方？依然是如此的荒凉。那无尽的旅程如此漫长。我是永远向着远方独行的浪子，你是茫茫人海之中我的女人。在异乡的路上，每一个寒冷的夜晚，这思念它如刀，让我伤痛。总是在梦里，我看到你无助的双眼，我的心又一次被唤醒。我站在这里，看到你曾经离别情景，你站在人群中间，那么孤单。那是你破碎的心，我的心却那么狂野。你在我的心里永远是故乡，你总为我独自守候，沉默等待。在异乡的路上，每一个寒冷的夜晚，这思念它如刀，让我伤痛。总是在梦里，我看到你无助的双眼，我的心又一次被唤醒。我站在这里，看到和你曾经离别情景，你站在人群中间，那么孤单。那是你， 那是你 破碎的心， 破碎的心， 我的心， 我的心 却那么狂野。总是在梦里，我看到你无助的双眼，我的心又一次被唤醒。总是在梦里，看到自己走在归乡路上，你站在夕阳下面，容颜娇艳。那是你， 那是你， 一群满飞， 一群满飞。 那是你， 那是你， 温柔如水。那是你，那是你。
Hi everybody, I'm Thomas Dang, the NDP MLA from the South. I am a child of Vietnamese refugees who Chinese descent. And one of the things that we want to talk about today is racism and the rise of anti-Asian racism and hate here in Alberta and across Canada. And one of the things that we know has happened and is happening as the coronavirus pandemic continues and since the beginning of the pandemic is that this hate has been on the rise. We've seen instances of people right here in Edmonton and in Alberta across the province being attacked just for being Asian, being targeted just for being Asian. And it's something that we simply cannot stand for. One of the things that I did is I brought forward a motion to ban racist symbols and racist imagery in public. We've seen that these racists are becoming more and more emboldened every single day. but really the work being done by community organizations such as yours, such as Asian people across the entire province right now is so essential. It's so important that we do education, we do awareness, and we actually actively fight back against this racism, right? We can't let it continue, we can't let it go unchecked, and we need to make sure that we're pushing our government and our policymakers to bring forward real changes and real action against racism, because we know that words aren't enough. We know it's not enough to just condemn these hateful acts, but indeed we need to stop them in their tracks and make sure every single person feels safe in their community.
My name is Lydia, and I identify as female, and I identify as Chinese Canadian. Anti-Asian racism has always existed. I've always lived in a predominantly white society where I've become accustomed to the microaggression. I have answers ready for questions like, where are you from? Where are you really from? But during the last year and a half of the pandemic, I became increasingly aware of anti-Asian hate. I get anxiety going outside. I've been told my partner that I don't want to walk the dog alone because I'm worried that even walking with my dog outside wearing a mask might trigger someone to hurt me, whether that be physically or verbally. I still get racist comments from strangers, congratulating me even for rescuing my dog rather than eating her. The rise in this racism is a constant stress that those who are privileged do not understand. Yet I recognize that this policing I have to do in order to feel safe and secure has been exaggerated during the pandemic. This is not a unique experience for racialized groups. Black, Indigenous, and people of color live their whole lives under constant threat of racism. Schools, homes, even authoritative figures are not safe for them. So more than ever, it is important that Asians stand by the BIPOC community and stand up for themselves. The model minority myth has pitted racialized groups against each other when we all have a common enemy, racism and hate. My hope is that despite all the bad that COVID-19 has been, kindness has shown how powerful it is. I want everyone to feel empathy, compassion, and understanding for those who do not look like them. Humanity will only progress when there's equity, diversity, and inclusion, be it between races or beyond.
The first time my grandchild asks, and they will, where were you? A history book will unfold before my eyes, brittle spine snapping like a leather belt, some pages yet unwritten dripping with the blood, sweat, and tears of our ancestors who crossed an ocean seeking a dream that turned out to be more like a myth. Where were you? When CPR foremen sent trembling Chinamen with frail fingers into the tunnels with sticks of dynamite, where were you? When head tax and immigration acts shut the door to the motherland, splitting countless Asian families down the middle like steamed pork buns, where were you? When the boat people landed in the dead of winter, promptly pushed to the ghettos like the rest of the rabble, when Nikkei fishing boats were impounded, their nets deemed a threat to wartime security, 22,000 Japanese sent to the mountains to concentrate on all the ways they weren't Canadian enough. The first time my grandchild comes to me with puffy eyes, asking me where I was the first time I got called a chink, asking me why it still hurts this bad in a country that says it welcomes us all, I will be forced to contend with all the times I've kept my head down and pulled my bootstraps up. A history of silence that speaks louder than a Hiroshima bomb. We have never been a loud people, just hardworking. After all, chopsticks and stones can break your bones, but words will never hurt you, right? So study hard, Zai. Don't talk back. We are lucky to be here, to be doctors, lawyers, engineers. Railroads and laundromats, prosperity and graduation caps. They might not love us like they love our food, but they pay our mortgages while we pay our dues. When my grandchild asks, so what did you do? When they knelt on a black man's neck till he died. When they trespassed and attacked First Nations healing camps. When they called it Kung Flu and spit on our grandmas at bus stops. What did you do? And where were you? When black Canadians paved the way for our emancipation. When local natives pulled our broken bodies from collapsed railroad tunnels and nursed us back to health, bending cedar and weaving bamboo, did you fight for them when they fought for you? I want to tell them. We tried. We stood. We fought. We could. No longer only doctors, lawyers, engineers, but artists, athletes, allies, activists. Every Chinatown and Little Manila an act of defiance. every stoic action mistaken for silence. Here we are on the shoulders of humble giants. Their guidance meant survival so that we can now speak, so we can now strive, so we can now struggle, so we can now thrive. When they ask me what I did, I want to tell them, I tried.
Hello everyone, my name is Karine Chan. So at the start of the pandemic, I was really quite worried that people would start blaming Asian people for bringing COVID-19 to North America. And after hearing months of report after report of anti-Asian attacks, I did feel a sense of hurt, anger, devastation, and confusion, especially when those that were targeted were mainly elderly Asian populations or those more vulnerable. I felt weak and helpless and I didn't know what to do. However, I wish to share with you all something that you've probably already heard of. 75-year-old Miss Xie from San Francisco was another elderly Asian lady who experienced an anti-Asian attack. She was punched by a man and instead of cowering in fear, she fought back with a wooden plank. 75 years old and she had the bravery to do that. Now, when I first heard about this news, I did feel the same sense of hurt and anger that I usually felt. However, I also felt a sense of admiration for Miss Xie. I felt so proud of her for being able to stand firm and stand strong. And I also felt a sense of hope and determination for the very first time. No one deserves to be hated on based on the color of their skin. So my guzheng performance, Fighting Against the Typhoon, symbolizes the need for us to stand united and to stand strong and not to be silent or a bystander. And although difficult, we can make it through this typhoon of anti-Asian hate and COVID-19 together. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy my guzheng performance.
Hi, I'm Catherine Wong, and I'm the head coach of the Hongmen Athletic Club. Anti-Asian sentiments have been on the rise due to the pandemic, but they're clearly nothing new. If we look back at the history of Asians in Canada, we were actually here in the 1700s because of the fur trade, and we were an integral part of building the Canadian Pacific Railway in the late 1800s. Even so, Asians are asked constantly, "Where are you from?" No, like, "Where are you from?" These microaggressions make it clear that Asians are seen as forever foreign, even though many of us have been here for several generations. One of the big reasons why Asians keep quiet is due to the model minority myth. This model minority myth only serves to divide us from Black, Indigenous, and other people of color. It's rooted in white supremacy, and it causes Asians to be scared to speak up at their workplaces and fearful of any repercussions that might happen. We do need to speak up and stand up against any racism that we see. We need more Asians in academia, businesses, positions of power, and leadership roles to speak up about injustices in their workplace. We need to stand together with our brothers and sisters who are Asian, East Asian, South Asian, Southeast Asian, Black, and Indigenous, and denounce oppression and racism against all. Change is in the wind, and I can see more people banding together from all walks of life. I hope that we can make Edmonton a safe place and a welcoming place for all, and I see it happening in our future. So Edmonton, be kind, be brave, and be strong. Thank you.
Yan Ku is an alumni of the Chinese bilingual program and is currently at the U of A studying criminology. She will be performing The Shattering Reign of Jiangnan on violin, accompanied by her mother Jee Hyun Lee on piano.
My name is Raki Pancholi. I'm the MLA for Edmonton-Whitemud and the official opposition critic for Children's Services. I'm so pleased to be part of this important conversation today to celebrate Asian Heritage Month. And I think this year's themes of recognition, resilience, and resolve reflect the seriousness of the conversations we need to be having in this province, particularly in light of anti-Asian racism. Recently in the legislature, I spoke publicly about my own personal experiences with racism, growing up in Alberta as a woman of South Asian descent. I spoke about the silence and the shame that comes with experiencing racism, which is why I believe it is so important to speak up and to speak against racism, to recognize it, to name it, and to be truly anti-racist. This is even more important right now because of the disturbing increase in the acts of racism against Asian Canadians in our communities. But there's another kind of recognition that we need to do. And that is to proudly point to and celebrate that Asian communities are part of our past, our present, and our future, and have been for generations. My own constituency of Edmonton-Whitemud is home to the largest population of Chinese Canadians in the province. 15 out of every 100 people in my riding identify as Chinese Canadian. Another 10 in 100 identify as South Asian. The richness of our cultures and the resilience of Asian Canadians have contributed greatly to the strength and the diversity of our province. And at a time when we've all been reminded that we are part of a greater global community, Asian communities in our province represent an opportunity to build Alberta's future, including our economic recovery. In recent months, my NDP caucus colleagues and I have held consultations with Albertans about how to incorporate anti-racist perspectives into healthcare, education, community safety, social supports, economic and democratic participation. But we know we need to do more. We need to have the resolve to truly build an anti-racist province. I'm up for the challenge, and I think there are a lot of people participating in this conversation today who are also up for the challenge. Thank you to the Chinese Graduates Association of Alberta for inviting me to be part of this event today, and all the best to everyone celebrating Asian Heritage Month.
I have a new number that you should plug into your phone. It's 587-507-3838. If you experience racism or perhaps you witness a racist incident in the community, document it by texting that number. A virtual helper named May will help you recall the incident. The data that is recorded and gathered will be shared among the community to help with education and awareness.
Michael Sang is a student at the Shangde Tai Chi Praying Mantis Martial Arts Association. He has been training under Sifu Ben Ma and Sifu Bill Ji since he was 9 years old. Here is his performance of Sumen Qiang, or the Four-Door Spear.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Malaysia-Singapore Association, we would like to first of all thank the Chinese Graduates Association of Alberta to give us the opportunity to voice our opinion in this year's Asian Heritage Month. Now, our greatest heartfelt sympathy to the victims of Asian hate crimes in the US. We will only wish to resolve this issue as soon as possible, as you will find that embracing multiculturalism will benefit all of us and make all of us strong as a nation. So our only wish is to stop racism and move on with a brighter future. Thank you everyone for listening, and all the best.
Hi, I'm Gabrielle Battiste. I'm running for City Council in Edmonton in Ward O'Damon, and I'm here today to talk about how I can join the conversation against Asian racism here in Edmonton. I know I'm speaking from a position of white privilege, and I have not faced the same challenges as our Edmonton Asian community. I also know that the country of Canada and its infrastructure was built on the backs of Chinese and Asian settlers and laborers. Right now, Edmonton has over 60 Chinese community organizations, and these organizations and the Asian community in general have invested countless hours of their time and resources into building and nurturing our city. However, the Asian communities here still continue to face racism on a daily basis.
Project 107 says Canada has a higher number of reported anti-Asian hate crime incidents per Asian capita even than the US, with Vancouver being number 1, then Toronto, and Edmonton is catching up. Really important thing that I can do is take free bystander intervention training. It's critical to know how to de-escalate situations that involve hate crimes. Another bunch of things that we can all do to help our Asian neighbors and community members is support Asian-owned businesses. Issue statements on a regular basis denouncing anti-Asian racism and encourage people to report crimes when they see them. We need to all stand together to fight against racism in all its forms. One thing in particular that I personally do, and I encourage other lawyers and members of the legal profession to do, is represent for free victims of hate crimes. People who have suffered at the hands of hate crimes need our help. They need it now, and they need it for free. This is a service that we should all be providing for those who've suffered through hate crimes and through systemic racism, so that they can properly have support when they report crimes and as they navigate the court system. So they need their own counsel, and I, for one, am willing to stand up and do that. So in discussing anti-Asian racism and in joining conversations, I hope to be able to bring that perspective, and I hope to be able to listen and learn about how I can help. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tin Yip. It's my pleasure to say a few words about this month. May is the Asian Heritage Month in Canada, a time to reflect on and celebrate the contributions that Canadians of Asian descent have made and continue to make to the growth and prosperity of Canada. This May is special for me because in the last year and a half, because of the pandemic and what transpired south of the Canadian border, there has been a trend of a rising anti-Asian hatred and discrimination. And as such, for me, there's no place for hatred or hate speeches. So, Canada, as a country that welcomes all diversity, I would like to dedicate this song to everyone who's peace-loving and all-inclusive people in Canada. Here it is. This land is your land. This land is your land. This land is my land. From Buena Vista to Vancouver Island, from the Arctic Circle to the Great Lake waters. This land was made for you and me. I roam and ramble and follow my footsteps through the sparkling sand, her diamond glances, and all around me a voice was singing. This land was made for you and me. As I went walking that driven up highway, I saw above me, there in the skyway, I saw below me those golden valleys. This land was made for you and me. As the sun was shining and I was strolling, and I with you waving, and the dark clouds rolling, and the heart was listening, our voice was playing. This land was made for you and me. This land is yours. Thank you very much and have a good day, everyone. Bye now.
Catherine Lennon is a poet with Cantonese and Irish ancestry. Her work has been published in a variety of places, and she is currently working on a bilingual poetry book with the support of the Edmonton Arts Council. This is 3-Inch Golden Lotus, written and recited by Catherine, followed by the Cantonese translation, which is translated by Wei Wong and recited by Wai-Ling Lennon.
My name is Catherine Guanyin Lennon. This poem is called 3-Inch Golden Lotus. The crack of toe bones breaking for the sake of beauty, the crack of toe bones breaking to create feet like lotuses, like feet were never meant to be. This never happened to me. Our grandmother's feet were never bound, they never broke her bones, never told her that her feet were lotuses. Her feet were tough. They carried her as she walked through war to sell wares, to bring money home to her family. When she was married, her city feet became island feet, bare feet carrying water from well to field on her husband's farm. Her feet became vegetable-selling, child-carrying feet. Her feet were never broken, they were never bound, but she was bound to a time when a woman did not choose whom to love, bound to a society where women were worth less, and she did not break these rules. Our mother's feet were never bound. They never broke her bones, never told her that her feet were lotuses. Her feet were vegetable-selling, basketball-playing, sandy beach feet, sneaking out to go dancing at night feet, bound to carry her away feet, away from a society where women do not break the rules. Her feet carried her onto a plane, across an ocean, across mountains, becoming university student feet, winter boot feet. Her feet were never broken, they were never bound, but she was bound to break the rules. It became a balancing feat, a learning to stand strong feat, straddling the world she'd left behind and the life she'd chosen here feet. Her feet became standing at the front of a classroom, learning to ice skate feet, buying Chinatown groceries feet. They knew no bounds. But she was bound to a time where not all women had all choices, bound to a society where she was less than white. My feet were never bound. They never broke my bones, never told me that my feet were lotuses. My giant feet. I wished I could have broken the toes off my 2 big feet when I was a kid. I couldn't stand the feet that made me stand out, stand up, stand taller than everyone else. My feet kick, run, climb, curl, but never into lotuses. But I am still bound by the double binds that tell us we're not shaped the right way, that make us accept less than equal pay, that make me bound to say to you, sister, never let those bindings break our spirits, never let them break our power. Our feet were never broken, they were never bound. They are happiest when toes are free feet. They are strong, stand out, stand up, stand tall feet. They are choose your own adventure feet, and they will never let us fall.
Three-Inch Lotus 作者姚君彥，翻譯姚慧玲、黃藝林。3寸金蓮，指骨曾經被弄得裂開，為了美麗好看。指骨被弄得裂開，來創造像蓮花般的小腳，不是用來走或跳的小腳。沒有，這事情沒有發生在我身上。我們外婆的腳並沒有被纏綁過，他們沒有弄裂過她的指骨，從未告訴她的腳像蓮花。他們承載她在戰亂時期到處奔走，去販賣東西，去賺錢回家養活家人。當她出嫁那天起，她在城市長大的腳就變成了小島婦女的腳，光着雙腳從水井挑水到菜田間，那是她夫君的農田。她的腳成為了販賣蔬菜背娃娃的腳，她的腳沒有被弄裂過，他們 從沒有被纏綁過，但是他卻被女性無法自由戀愛的年代纏綁，被女性生來就卑微的社會纏綁。他沒有觸犯這些規矩。我們母親的腳沒有被纏綁過，他們沒有弄裂過他的指骨，沒有告訴過他的腳像蓮花，他的腳是販賣蔬菜、打籃球、到沙灘偷偷去跳舞會的腳，未被約束，卻注定帶領他離開的腳，離開一個婦女不能觸犯社規矩的社會。他的腳承載他登上飛機，渡過大海洋，越過高山，成為一個大學生的腳，穿雪靴的腳。他的指骨沒有被弄裂過，他們沒有被纏綁過，而他未纏綁，卻命中注定觸犯了規矩。那是一種需要練習的平衡，勇敢地站立在強壯的雙腳上，同時跨越他離開了家鄉和他選擇的如今生活。他的腳成為了站在課堂前學習滑冰到唐人街買菜的腳。他們不被界限纏綁，但他仍然被女性選擇有限的年代約束，被一個白人至上的社會環境約束。我的腳從來沒有被纏綁過，他們從來沒有弄裂過我的指骨，沒有告訴我的腳像蓮花。我的大腳，小時候我曾希望可以弄斷我的大腳趾，當時我很討厭那雙大腳，因為它令我在人群中突出，站於高於其他所有人。我的腳可以踢、跑、爬、捲，從來不像蓮花，但是我仍然被左右圍欄而纏綁。我們被評論身材外貌有問題，得接受工作待遇不平等。促使我要對大家說，姊妹們，千萬不要讓那些纏綁令我們喪志，千萬不要讓他們毀滅我們的力量。我們的腳沒有被弄裂過，沒有被纏綁過，腳趾自由的腳是最快樂的，堅強突出，站得堂堂正正的腳，選擇自己前途的腳，永不會令我們失敗跌倒的腳。
In 1998, Patricia Yu returned to Canada from Hong Kong and settled in Edmonton. After retiring in 2008, she spent a lot of time writing and producing gospel lyrics to accompany popular Chinese opera and pop songs. These songs are then shared to different church and Chinese community groups. Here's an amazing opera performance by Patricia Yu.
小玉妻，請你飲過呢杯，就算十郎陪過不是啊！君如，妾為女子薄冰如絲，君是丈夫，夫心若痴，小恨痴痴飲恨而終，千 水堂燈供養，以來葉冠從此永有，精通黃泉皆君所賜，離君今當永決意，笑容無月夜抱入綠紅，險些破碎了燈猜夢，換雲句頻頻換，巨興水記取再重逢，灘定掩風區不禁搖動，從此望富山半溪大並用，千般話又在微雨中，心境現好街變紅，笑玉砌。處處是音飄送，暗經夜台路東。秋共圈代香任時空，聽風水隨足，繽紛照映因臉紅。無夜笑東風，是誰共負飛流水？是十郎負你啊！生不如是，何用離君關注？願天節離十郎，又是愛妻多病痛。劍合釵圓，又生一日都望一日啊！並頭連曾亦有根基種，勸世盡看輕，自知愛情重。與你做夫妻成兩紅，墳墓裏可盡失相思痛，心哭聲喊聲張放，笑欲叫會俗世中。生我雖受何所用？你再配了丹山峰，白木燒才濃，只怕你紅提綠鸞，又來教愛新歡兩別也難容，祝君再結與你願夢，唉我願半月份山身手不歸無從。雲州月更迷夢，是誰覺悟？是風聲播送，瑤台未有奇逢。你既非負心，成日放於太尉府，此時一介刺賈，你何不歸來呀？淚窮力竭，鹽如落，望歸鴉群身有玉龍。一朝似折了浸身飛動，誰信你？相依見我便埋頭相自猜，了知我今非昔比。我說那路家小姐，佢在你成龍日半腰盤龍雞衫，玉煙柴要似款帶上華閣中，他和懷香滾龍雞要用，佢斜翻眼波地路笑王將軍輕同，是玉燕珠釵不惜千金買來要下威風，你又可知新人計上差，為向舊 人心相似。狼未變愛，怎風霜冰似狼未變陰公。我天雪埋猜衣衫多君，我盼君望君，隨君夢君你到，今竟再分此海空。盟誓永珍重，我未負你恩義濃，枕邊愛有千斤重。大丈夫處世做人，應知愛世兼盡重。真嘅係咧，幾春會和你結身之中，咪再錯翻草雨酸風，當知衷心忍痛。後事報消息，那也不忠，經佢分吹惡夢。你信君呢日雖收工，今區苦風雨攀龍，十郎未慣同床異夢，更益小玉因心重。留大間有霎霎分風，且聽君説愛中。日掛中天隔愛紅，月缺中須有理逢。千差萬錯，錯在我吹來賦詩，又不想望經流詩句呀。哎呀，佢便這是中意，謠言惑中有心逼我成龍，欲言差又再相逢。我誓死不向燕威負從，吞差佢分潘明送。
Hi, my name is Kyle, and I'm Asian, and I'm proud of it. I immigrated to Canada 14 years ago from the Philippines with my family. Growing up in Alberta, I've experienced Asian hate towards me. I didn't do anything about it because I needed to survive. But now that I'm older and more aware, I think it is very important that we raise awareness about what is happening to Asian people, the hate that we are getting, the violence towards us. It is disgusting. It is scary. And I think everyone needs to be aware that we can't just change where we come from. We can't change who we are. We are Asian, and we deserve as much respect as anyone in this world. I can't even tell you how hard it is for me to talk to my parents and tell them to be careful when you're walking down the street, when you're strolling down with, my mom and my dad, just the idea of them getting hurt by someone who is racist towards Asian people terrifies me, and I think it's not fair. So we need to raise awareness, and we need to stand our ground. Anti-Asian racism. Be proud and use your voice.
Hello, my name is Priscilla and I am a Chinese-born Canadian. Since this pandemic began, there has been a significant rise in anti-Asian racism. I have not only become nervous for myself and my family, but also for those of similar heritage to mine. Nervous for when they run basic errands such as grocery shopping. Is someone going to follow a middle-aged lady around the store, yelling profanities at her and start throwing things at her? Nervous for when they go to the park. Do we have to worry about our grandparents getting physically assaulted while they are minding their own business and going on their daily walks? And especially nervous for our children. How do we explain to our kids why there are such attacks going on in the world? While thankfully I have never personally experienced any major acts of racism, the fear is still there. I hear stories of friends or their family members being victims and targets of racist attacks both verbally and physically. I have seen videos online of seniors being blindsided and physically assaulted on public streets in broad daylight. These kind of horrific attacks sicken me to my stomach. It's heartbreaking to hear that this kind of hate still exists today, especially since we live in Canada, a country built by so many different people and cultures, a country that thrives on multiculturalism. Racism of any kind is not okay. Over many generations, too many people have been hurt and scarred by such horrible acts of violence and hate. No one wins when there is such senseless hate and discrimination in the world. Ending racism and standing up against racism will take a lot of courage and strength, but it can be done. And the only way to succeed is to do it together. At the end of the day, what are you doing for your family, friends, and neighbors?
Born and raised in Japan, Hitoshi Sugiyama practiced and performed taiko and shinobu. During university, he started DJing and composing electronic music. In 2009, he moved to Canada to continue composing. The traditional Japanese drums were made by the artist himself with materials from local stores here in Canada. He hopes to perform in front of everybody soon.
Hello, my name is Hitoshi Sugiyama and I'm from Japan, but now make Edmonton my home. I'm sharing a song today on 2 drums that I made here. And the song is called Gekiryu. It means rapid. And you also hear one of my kids at the end as a bonus. So enjoy!
Have an awesome day.
Thanks.
Hi. Can I get a large hot chocolate, please?
I have to clean it.
Is
not what you think it is.
Don't freak out.
Calm down.
That's not a big deal.
And then his girlfriend on the back of the motorcycle yelled at me, shut up, you effing chick.
That's not okay.
Don't take it.
Are you just gonna stand there?
They're making a scene. It's just a joke.
Good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
Look out, man. She's got the kung flu.
It's a joke.
Don't let them treat you that way.
It's not what you think it is. Don't worry. That's not me. He's just speak up.
Stand up for yourself. Just ignore them.
Don't worry about it. This is not reason.
You gotta do something. That's not right. 唔好出聲啊！當佢哋講少算啦。
Hi, my name is Stephanie. I'm 26 years old. I grew up here in Edmonton, Alberta, and I feel like I have a really similar story to share with everybody with regards to racism, specifically towards Asians. The most recent and fresh in mind story that I have is when my mom sent me a text message recently, and she was talking about how her and my dad were at work, and a lady who had asked my dad a question about where a certain product was placed on a shelf in the grocery store had asked my dad, and my dad had responded, of course, in English, and my dad still has a bit of a Chinese accent when he talks, but she wasn't satisfied with his answer, and she had told my dad to go back to the country he had came from because he doesn't speak perfect English. And of course my mom told me after the fact, and while I was at work reading those texts, I was really frustrated, incredibly angry, and then really saddened. I felt so let down that people could be this willfully ignorant and mean. My parents came to this country to give us a better life, and of course as Asian kids we always acknowledge the sacrifice that our parents have made for us here, right? So making this video today, I keep thinking about all the horrible injustices that have happened, especially in the news lately when I hear about the shootings that happened in Atlanta. And I think about how that could have been my parents. I feel like we were always taught to not stir the pot. We were always told, 乖啦，冇講嘢啦，冇出聲, right? And that's what my parents would always tell me if someone said something mean to me at school, or if I was this close to losing my temper at something, right? So I feel as though now is the time for us to all stand up for each other, and we can start by having this incredibly difficult conversation. We can talk about how we can, as a culture, unite and stand up for each other.
My name is Jessica, and I think that in light of recent events, it's important to remember that anti-Asian hate runs very deep, and that Canada has a very long history of racism and exclusion. In the past, there were several laws that had the intent to drive Asians out of the country. In British Columbia, for example, politicians denied the right to vote for all Asians, starting with the Chinese in 1874, then the Japanese in 1895, and finally South Asians in 1907. There were also laws that made sure Asians wouldn't get hired for anything but lowly jobs and farm labor, and of course they were paid much less than Caucasians. In 1885, Canada implemented the Chinese head tax to discourage Chinese people from coming into the country. But then in 1923, they replaced it with the Chinese Exclusion Act, which basically made it illegal for any person from China to enter Canada. During the Second World War, 21,000 Japanese Canadians were expelled from their homes and then detained in internment camps. To this day, Asians in Canada are made to feel unwelcome in a country that is very much theirs. Anti-Asian hate is not something new, but the pandemic has made it worse. It's not only microaggressions and racist jokes anymore, it's full-on hateful violence and people are dying. And all these horrific crimes that we see on the news, that's just one part of it. And that's in part due to cultural barriers. Our people are used to just dealing with it, keeping quiet, and never showing the world that we're affected. There's also language barriers. Some of our parents and grandparents might feel like they wouldn't be understood or taken seriously because English is not their first language. So I think it's up to us to speak up for them. We have to recognize that we have the privilege to have a voice and to be able to use it. And that's all thanks to them. It's thanks to their sacrifice, their hard work, their resilience. On top of that, I think we owe it to future generations to denounce hate when we see it. So let's stay informed, let's stay safe, and let's keep supporting anti-racism efforts because we can't just let this be another hashtag or trend. If it dies off, anti-Asian hate is still going to be a reality.
Li Ying is an alumni of the bilingual program and is currently enrolled in the U of A. Here is his cover of Canon Rock, originally by Jerry C, on the Erhu.
We know how racism can hurt, blatantly, with violence and malice. Evil, perhaps. How would you confront the accusation that you are racist? And I'm telling you right now, you probably are. But I'm not trying to say that you're evil. Racism has percolated into visual culture, symbols, language. Things that may not arrest our conscious attention, but nonetheless bleed into unconscious habits and schemas. Microaggressions, conditioning, systemic or internalized racism, concepts of sociological research that are often rebuffed for being constructions of an overly sensitive generation, because to some, no harm has been done. After all, how can, of course you're smart, you're Asian, be racist or malicious? As a model minority, Asian racism is often invalidated, even by other people of color. The very existence of a model minority indicates that there are lesser minorities, which is already problematic on its own, but either way, the idea of model minority is simply a myth because our belonging is conditional. And that's become even more apparent because of COVID-19. Our environment normalizes stereotypes, the us versus them mentality, and feelings of self-contempt that, even without the escalation to violence, is on its own a kind of silent and deadly harm. It allows the festering of blatant racism, in which we know hurts in ways that are easier to attach the connotation of evil to. We all, in some way or another, engage with and contribute to this very environment that causes seemingly harmless misconceptions only. In actuality, it leads to generational ignorance and, therefore, the issues of racism. So what's the first thing we have to do? Address this ignorance, yes, but even before that, we have to let go of this idea that everything about racism is evil. Racism can cause evil, but it's also found in norms such as our daily vocabulary and actions, even without the intent of being racist. In the wake of cancel culture, which although has brought attention to issues including racism, the way for civil discussion and growth in the community has been blocked. But even though racism is evil, that doesn't mean you are. The only way to dismantle the environment that fosters bloodshed and hate and intergenerational trauma is to learn, undo habits, and shed our ignorance little by little. That starts by listening, even if you feel wronged by maybe someone telling you that you're being racist. So take some time to think critically, and let's talk about it.
Between March 10th and the end of last year, there were approximately 650 anti-Asian hate crimes reported across Canada. It seemed like the COVID-19 pandemic was the cause for all of this, and people were just looking for a scapegoat to suppress their negative feelings. However, this was not the case. It only revealed the surface of it. It was an incubator that revealed a deeply rooted problem within our society. Many of these cases were not actually reported, with concerns regarding language barriers and distrust of government officials. Right now is a time more than ever where we need to confront this issue to create change and build resilience within the community.
So my name is Lauren and I was born and raised in Edmonton, Alberta. I did live in Ontario for 4 years and moved back home in August of 2020 when I finished pharmacy school. I think I had a more unique experience growing up because I attended a Chinese bilingual program, and so because of that I grew up heavily immersed in an Asian community that didn't really face any anti-Asian hate in the same way that some of my peers did. It wasn't until the pandemic started that things started to change. Hearing about the anti-Asian hate crimes and the incidents that spiked in cities like Vancouver and Toronto really shook me to the core because these are the cities that have the largest Asian populations in Canada. And these situations affected me in multiple ways. For one, I was very grateful that my parents are now retired because they did own a convenience store for over 15 years in Edmonton here. And during that time, there would be like occasional conflicts with customers and stuff like that. And I know for a fact that if these conflicts occurred in the year of 2020 to 2021, things could be potentially a lot worse. For myself, I was moving to the Niagara region right when the pandemic started, so March of 2020, and this region is predominantly Caucasian. My parents were worried for my safety, and I knew that I had to take precautions because of that what if worry in the back of my head. So I used to go for grocery runs at 9 to 10 at night just because that was what worked for me and my schedule. But since the pandemic started and since I moved into this new area, I had to make sure I had all my errands done before sunset. And every time I would go out for a run, I would make sure I would share my location with someone. I would make sure that I had my phone with me because I used to not always do that. If I saw a car slow down in my peripheral vision, I would take out my headphones just so I could be more alert of my surroundings. And even now, as a new pharmacist, I've only been practicing for 4 weeks. I have already been in situations where patients are not happy about me because I'm not willing to give them something that they want. When these situations are brought up at the dinner table, my parents are obviously worried about my safety, and they kind of try to tell me to let things slide. And I find it frustrating because I've been working so hard to learn to stand up for myself, and now I not only have to worry about doing that, but now when I do that, I need to think about whether or not I am jeopardizing my own safety as well. I think as Asians, we were kind of always taught to remain silent, to just let things slide, to be passive. And this isn't something that we can continue to do because we are now a targeted population. However, I do want to emphasize that when we do stand up and take a stand against anti-Asian racism, we also have to use our voices to take a stand against racism against other visible minorities as well. As we have seen since the pandemic, a lot of events have triggered the Black Lives Matter movement, and the Black community has suffered so much this past year and in the past as well. And we can't stand up for ourselves without standing up for others who have been affected and oppressed by racism as well.
Bystander intervention training explores how we can identify and intervene in situations where others are at risk of harm and support fellow community members. With a special focus on racism and online behavior, here is bystander intervention training from the Student Conduct Office at the University of Calgary.
Hi there, I'm Renata Gordon, and I'm a staff member at the University of Calgary. I'd like to share a little bit of information with you about a training that we offer on the topic of bystander intervention. When you think of the phrase active bystander, what comes to mind? For some of us, we think about a person who steps out of the crowd and offers to help rather than sitting on the sidelines or looking away. Really, an active bystander is someone who cares about others in their community and is willing to put themselves out there in the hopes that they can help. There are all kinds of situations that come up in our lives that might call for an active bystander. Examples of these situations include noticing that a friend is acting differently and seems upset, seeing someone making rude or hateful comments to another person online, noticing that someone is in need of medical attention, or overhearing a racist comment in public. Why don't people intervene? Is it because they don't care? The truth is, there are many reasons why people may not intervene. They may be unsure of what is happening, afraid of making the situation worse, or even concerned about their own safety. Many of us hope that someone else who is more trained will step in and do or say something. But the truth is that each of us has the power to help and can do so in a number of ways while preserving our own safety. In our program, we talk about how each of us can play a role in creating a safe and caring community. Specifically, we talk about the 4 Ds of bystander intervention. These are direct, distract, delegate, and delay detour. I'd like to go through each of these with you now. Direct interventions are where we intervene in a direct way, such as asking someone if they need help or telling two people to stop yelling and to walk away. Distract interventions are when we disrupt a situation, removing the focus from impacted individuals and giving the situation a chance to change. Sometimes this even gives other bystanders a chance to intervene. Creative examples might be asking two people who are in an argument if they know where the nearest bus stop is, or pretending to drop something near them. Delegate means letting someone else know about the situation so that they can provide help. This could mean calling for help, alerting a staff member, or pressing a button on the C train. Delay detour means following up with the individual who might be impacted after the event has passed and checking to see if they're okay. Maybe you could offer to make sure they get home safely. It could also mean following up with authorities afterwards to report the incident, while respecting the person's privacy if they don't wish to report it. Remember, it's important to get others' consent, even when we're trying to help. We have a fifth D that we would like to share with you as well, and that is to document the situation. That might mean taking a screenshot, recording a video, or writing down what you witnessed while it's still fresh in your mind in case it's helpful later. If you make a recording of an incident, do so in a way that keeps you safe, and think carefully before posting it online. Consider providing your recording to the person impacted so that they can decide what to do with it. Each situation might call for a different type of intervention. Some interventions might fit the situation better than others. But the best part is, you don't have to use just one. For example, you could disrupt an argument using a distract technique, and then use a delay detour approach to follow up with the person afterwards and see how they're doing. There are risks to intervening. We always need to make sure we are safe before we try to help others. If you notice that someone in a situation seems very angry, perhaps they're yelling, swearing, or getting too close to others, exercise caution. When people are angry in public, their behavior can be hard to predict. If some ideas for interventions seem potentially dangerous to you, try to think of another option that will keep you safe, but still has the potential to help those being impacted. Delegating or distracting might be good options. Sometimes it can even be helpful to ask other onlookers if they have any ideas for how to intervene. There are also risks to not intervening. If our friend is struggling but no one asks how they're doing, they might feel like we don't really care about them. Not intervening in harmful behavior or rude jokes might send the message that we think that behavior is acceptable. In addition to the damage that not intervening can do to our relationships with friends and community members, choosing not to intervene can also result in people being hurt or injured. Intervening safely, quickly, and effectively is an amazing way to show our community that we are here for them if they need us and we care. I hope that this short video has been a helpful overview of what it means to be an active bystander. There is so much more to discuss on this important topic. University of Calgary students can register for our full training workshop on our website. There, you'll also find links to register for our other workshops, including Conflict Management 101, the comment section addressing harassment online, understanding anger, and one-on-one conflict coaching appointments. We also offer customized sessions for groups wishing to book bystander intervention. If you're not a University of Calgary student or staff member, but you're interested in learning more, please reach out to us at bystander@ucalgary.ca. Remember, sometimes we just need to show that we care and that we're willing to help. Often it doesn't take much to make a big difference in a person's life. Thanks so much for watching, and stay safe.
Want to know how you can reach out? Next up, we have some resources regarding anti-Asian racism, as well as other related information that you may find helpful.
Hi, I'm Sam Ling. I'm an Asian immigrant who has lived in Canada for the majority of my life. Throughout my time in Canada, I've come to realize what a diverse and open culture this country is, and I'm deeply appreciative of the opportunities given to me when I first moved here. At the same time, I also realize that there is still an issue with racism, and minorities are still fighting an uphill battle even in Canada. This has never been clearer ever since the pandemic started with the rise of Asian hate crimes. Before the pandemic, I didn't pay much attention about being targeted because of my ethnicity. I went about my days without giving it a second thought. Now, before I leave my house, I always imagine scenarios and prepare for situations where I may be targeted just because I am Chinese. Watching and reading the news about the increase in Asian hate crimes shows how fear and misunderstanding can lead to a group being discriminated against over something they have no control over. It is hurtful to be associated with a virus and to be told to go back to where you came from. I view Canada as my home country, and I'm proud to tell people I am Canadian. This recent incidents of hate against Asian make me feel like I'm not welcome, that I will never truly be Canadian. But Canada is a melting pot, and our strength comes from the diverse background of every individual and immigrant who decides to call Canada home. I encourage you all to speak up when you see or hear someone being racist. Engage in thoughtful conversations and work together to understand each other's cultures and differences. I believe we can do our part by being more caring, more considerate, and more understanding. And I believe if we all work together and extend an open hand to all those around us, we can come together as a stronger, more understanding community. Thank you.
Della, a founding member of the Sound of Opera Society, has enjoyed singing since a very young age and frequently volunteers in a variety of events. Along with Ryan, one of the youngest members in the Opera Society and a fourth-generation Chinese Canadian, the two perform the Emperor Charming Lady Fong.
Wait, 伙計嚟啦！你先來一碗貓麵，你斯文經尊重，點菜照為先。使得咁心急，走菜就慢慢嚟。我上一食過芙蓉意。乜你咁多手方嘅咁驚都冇解嘅你？你鬧就隨便鬧，我係要摸你一摸睇你貌似 我係有心嘅幫襯，你應該招待你哋用龍鳳做招牌，究竟出自何
講到龍鳳，以龍鳳為
原來你叫做鳳姐啊，個名改得真係甜咯。
Wei Wong is the historian and statistic keeper of the Chinese bilingual program in Edmonton. Here is an overview of the Chinese immigration to Gold Mountain as presented by Mr. Wong.
Next, we have Grace Dance Studio with the Mongolian Princess Dance. Through this dance, you can really tell that Grace Wong puts the fun back into dance and really strives to create a positive environment for her students.
is back with another poem, Dragons Might Have Been Here. It's followed by the Cantonese translation, translated by Yuen Wong and recited by Wai-Ling Lennon.
My name is Catherine Guanyin Lennon. This poem is called Dragons Might Have Been Here. Dragons might have been here once, but we would never know, 'cause the footprints that they might have left are covered by the snow. This is a poem for the train tracks. This is a poem for the broken backs. This is a poem for the broken bones that line the Fraser River bed. Under every foot of track in the Fraser River Valley lies the body of one Chinese railroad worker. This is a poem for the train tracks built on the backs of mountains, the train tracks built to build a nation, the train tracks built to build a dream. For the tracks that splintered spines of rocks, for the tracks that splintered spines of Chinamen, for the train tracks built on the backs of coolies. This is a poem for the train tracks built on the broken backs. This is a poem for the broken bones, for the bones snapped like chopsticks. This is a poem for the bones that never made it home. This is a poem for the heads taxed, for the yellow bodies less than white, for those with less than equal rights. This is a poem for the lines laid on the backs of coolies, for the stories that line the faces of the grandparents who won't speak to save face, who face the seas, who face the mountains, who face the wars, whose faces will never appear on the faces of our $5 bills. This is a poem for the ties that bind, for the ties that break our feet, our backs, our spines, our spirits, for we are like railroad ties laid out in parallel lines, invisible lines that stop us from seeing that collectively we are the track that bears the load of each passing train. We are the track that underlies this economy where the undesirable work has long been done by undesirables, where the skeletons of our cities are shades darker than the faces in the boardrooms. These race lines, these power lines, these rail lines are the cracks in the foundations of this nation's heritage. In that Canadian Heritage Minute, the last spike, they're all white. And out of sight and out of mind and in the back were the Chinamen, the silent spikes who broke their backs for these rail lines. The selective amnesia makes for collective amnesia, makes us internalize invisible lies, lies that we have learned by heart, by skin, by bone, lies that tell us that we are not at home, lies that tell us we don't have a stake in any of this when these train tracks would not exist were it not for the backs of Chinamen. This is a poem for the silent spikes, whose stories weren't shared, whose shame kept them silent, whose pride kept them silent, whose strength kept them silent, whose hope that the future might be different kept them silent. This is an offering. Dragons might have been here once, I'll tell you how we know, 'cause the footprints that they left are where the wild flowers grow.
Dragons might have been here. Oh, sorry, I forgot.
That's okay. What?
姚慧玲和王以玲翻译。这里可能有过巨龙，这里可能有过巨龙，但是我们将永远无法决定。因为他们可能留下过的脚印早已被雪覆盖。这首诗是为高山的铁轨而写，这首诗是为无数的断背而写，这首诗是为成千上万的断肢而写，他们埋没于 Fraser River 的河床。穿梭 Fraser Valley 的铁路，每一英尺下面都埋着一位华工的尸体。这首诗是为建造在高山脊背上的火车轨道而写，写给为修建国家而建的轨道，那些为缔造梦想而建的轨道，写给扎碎知识的脊柱的轨道，写给扎碎华工的脊骨的轨道， 写给建造在汗流浃背的华工上的轨道。这首诗是为火车轨道而写，写给建造在无数脊柱骨质上的火车轨道。这首诗是为无数的骨折而写，如同筷子般的骨折。这首诗是永远留在异国他乡的尸骨而写。这首诗是为交过人头税的人而写，写给被认为不如白种人的黄种人，写给那些不拥有平等权利的人。这首诗是为华工背上无数的双横线而写，写给祖父母脸上有故事的皱纹线，他们因为不愿掉脸而选择沉默。他们面对过大海洋，面对过雄山峻岭，面对过战争炮火，他们的面目永远不会出现在5元钞票上。这首诗是为了密不可分的关系而写，为了折断了足踝、脊椎、骨气、灵魂的关系而写。我们就如密不可分的轨道，蔓延的平衡线，无形的线，让我们没有察觉到。作为集体，我们就是轨道，承载着每一班火车的重量。我们就是轨道，支撑国家经济的下沉。在这里，被嫌弃的工作一直都靠被嫌弃的人完成。在这里，城市中尸骨的颜色比董事们的脸还要深。这些民族界限，这些权柄界限，这些铁轨路线，就是这个国家历史根底的裂痕。在加拿大民族历史时刻，最后的一颗钉，图片中所有人都是白种人，而那些看不见、不用考虑的，站在背后的华工，默默无言的钉子，为了这些铁轨而脊柱骨折。选择性的失忆，促使集体的失忆，促使我们吸收无形的谎话，那些渗透着我们的心脏、皮肤、骨头的谎言。谎言告诉我们，这不是我们的家园。谎言告诉我们，我们与铁路没有一丁点关系。但这些轨道的存在，建立在华工的汗流浃背上。这首诗是为那些默默无言的钉子而写，他们的故事没有被分享，他们的耻辱使他们沉默，他们的自尊使他们沉默，他们的力量使他们沉默，他们对未来的憧憬使他们沉默。这是献给他们的。这里可能有过巨龙，让我告诉大家，我们怎么能确知他们曾经留下的那些脚印，就是如今野花 绽放的地方。谢谢。
I have a new number that you should plug into your phone. It's 587-507-3838. If you experience racism or perhaps you witness a racist incident in the community, document it by texting that number. A virtual helper named May will help you recall the incident. The data that is recorded and gathered will be shared among the community to help with education and awareness.
Hello, I'm Wei Wong with the Edmonton Chinese Bilingual Education Association. I am a parent and a grandparent. Racism is a learned behavior. It is said a parent is a child's first teacher. Children are impressionable and emulate their parents. Your child learns by watching you and hearing the words you use. Be mindful of what you say and do. Teach your children acceptance of other people, not just tolerance. We all have a place in this world. Show everyone the respect that you would expect from anyone else. No one is above another. As much as we need skilled surgeons, we also need the people who disinfect the operating room. And not everyone has had the same opportunity as you. Teach empathy for those less fortunate. Let's all strive to be inclusive. If you don't know something about someone, ask them. You may be surprised how much they want to share with you. Education is the key to fighting racism. Please use every opportunity to teach your children well. Our motto is understanding through education.
Hi, my name is Nathan Ip, and I'm the trustee for Ward H on the Edmonton Public School Board. I became the first racialized person to serve on the Edmonton Public School Board in 132 years. It's a fact I'm very proud of. And as a person with a funny name, eating funny food growing up, I know what it's like to be different. And now, with COVID hitting and the pandemic, I know that many Canadians, especially Asian Canadians and other racialized Canadians, are being targeted. Racism is not okay. It hurts all of us. That's why I encourage you and urge you to speak up, speak out, and end racism.
When people think about what an Asian looks like, they often think of someone who looks like me. There are over 50 countries and territories in Asia, from Turkey in the west, to Russia in the north and east, to Indonesia in the south. There are more than 2,300 languages spoken and thousands more diverse cultures.
May is
Asian Heritage Month,
and it gives us all an opportunity to learn about the important roles of Asian Canadians and their contributions to their respective communities.
Asian immigrants have helped grow Canada. From the building of railroads, fisheries, and farming, Asian Canadians have shaped Canada today.
There are lots of Asian people who have made really important contributions to Canada as a country.
We received sponsorship to immigrate to Canada in 1985. My parents were young and scared and knew nothing about Canada, but they moved with the hope that it would provide opportunities for a better life.
My father immigrated to Canada 13 years ago with his family in order to provide better educational opportunities to his children.
I came to Canada in 2012. On the first day, I was afraid to go to class because I did not know any English.
In 2013, I came to Canada, and to be honest, I was scared to go to class. I had a fear that I would not blend in with the rest of the students.
It was a huge adjustment for me and my wife. Adapting to a new country, our first few months were not easy.
People of Asian origins have also always had to deal with racism, even here in Canada. Some examples include the Chinese head tax, which until 1923 made people coming into Canada pay a tax if they were Chinese. Japanese internment camps during World War II, which saw the Canadian government lock up thousands of innocent Japanese Canadians, making them prisoners in their own country. And the Tamil refugee incident of 2010, where nearly 500 men, women, and children trying to seek a safe place to live in Canada were detained for a long time when they arrived simply because of where they were from.
Asians began arriving in Canada well before it became a country. Yet, over 200 years later, we continue to be othered.
Now with coronavirus and some people calling it the Chinese virus, there's even more anti-Asian racism happening all around us.
I think one of the most major problems that the Asian community faces is how normalized racism and microaggressions are towards us. And in my culture, I'm Pakistani. Hair means a lot to us. It symbolizes your ancestry, your ethnicity. And when I would go to school with my hair tied up in a braid, oiled, I would get made fun of a lot. At first, I didn't think much of it. Year after year, it added up. And in high school, I finally decided to cut my hair. So that day when I cut my hair and my mother came in and she saw what I had done, I was expecting her to freak out, to lash out on me. None of that happened. She quietly walked back downstairs and I just stood there. I go downstairs and I ask her, I'm like, why aren't you saying anything? And she goes, you cut a piece of you for a society that doesn't care about you.
I was born and grew up in China. I speak Mandarin and learned how to play a Chinese music instrument called erhu. Through teaching the language and music, I see the young Canadians celebrate their heritage. I see them connect to their family histories.
I'm here today speaking fluently with confidence because of the support I received.
With gratitude, we are able to give back to our community and support our family back home.
Asian Heritage Month makes me feel very proud of my cultural background. Events like Asian Heritage Month really boost the confidence of many students and encourage them to ask for help without feeling ashamed.
Please take time this Asia Heritage Month and beyond to recognize and appreciate how Asians have positively contributed and continue to contribute to the development of Canada. And please continue the conversation.
Next up is an airborne line dance on pedestals performance by Shifu Michael Young and the Hongda Cultural and Athletic Association.
And that's the end of the event here. Thank you for staying and tuning in. Thank you to all the participants, volunteers, performers, and those who were brave and took your time to submit your thoughts and feelings on anti-Asian racism. I think there's still some things going on in the panel discussion room, so definitely encourage you to check that out. Once again, you can find that out on our main page on the website. Some more things we encourage you to check out on the website is our resources page. It has information and websites and phone numbers for people to seek help and learn more about anti-Asian racism efforts. There's also diversity and inclusion and much more. Now that we started these conversations, let's not let these end here. We need you to keep bringing this up, to challenge any unhealthy and unprogressive habits and practices, not only within the workplace, the community, but also within ourselves. We are taught to keep quiet a lot. I know a lot of us are still in survival mode and just to put our heads down and to just work hard, but now is the time. We can be a part of this change to make things better for not only ourselves, but for future generations. It's never easy, but you know what? I believe we're in a country that is trying, that is listening, so let's speak up. Until next time, I hope you all stay healthy, stay safe, get vaccinated if you can, and make sure to check in on loved ones, socially distanced, of course. Bye-bye.
The song 在一起 was showcased during the Lunar New Year celebration during the COVID-19 pandemic. The video includes ECBEA students, parents, alumni, teachers, trustees, and other community members. As the song expresses, we're all in this together. We're all in this together.
"我现在你觉得难过的时候，为你唱这首小小的歌。
你怕忙碌的生活偶尔超负荷，
你的还有我一座背着。虽然城市无数归云里过客，
你有我的暖，我永远你的热。像山峰，我也蝴蝶都不可或缺。
同上人间列车，平凡到深刻。和平照暖，候鸟去还。小别后，便是校园门。观语言肤色，同舟共帆。万人高山，看你我结伴。
我们在一起，不就是彼此的家人？要安安稳稳，要完完整整。
我们在一起，风风雨雨，笑和泪平分，冰雪为荣，烟火为疼，答应我要好好的，等美好发生。于是爱上忙里头前的清晨，
夜装点每个好梦夜深。
每棵树，每条街道都成为见证。 没有见过你，却同行过一阵。
天会蓝，星月会有，彩虹拉延伸无力的泪痕，让安定回温。过去嘈杂世界，满脸灰尘，认出你就凭据一点真。那些迷惘世界，你我共身在风声中，成为了我们。
我们在一起，不就是彼此的家人？要安安稳稳，要完完整整。我们在一起，风风雨雨，笑和泪平分。你的善良，我的责任，合起来就是彼此温暖的家门。
我们在一起，不就是彼此的家人？同一个地球，同血脉同根。
我们在一起，无论多远，熟悉或陌生，相互需要，彼此依靠，生活的幸福每寸都值得感恩。你在想我，在一起，成为我们。
Here's another wonderful singing performance of On the Lake by Hugh.
青青的山倒映照淡綠湖上，海水色襯山光，浮雲若水，天空裏自在遊蕩，笑蒼生太繁忙。今天的他跟我泛照相，未經仔細欣賞，平和若鏡水中的影子也相，這光景最難忘。在水中央有麗影一雙，仿似畫在湖上，願終此生永共他一對一雙。在水中央有麗影一雙，仿似畫在湖上，願終此生永共他一對一雙。閃閃金光輕飛躍淡淡湖上，晚風吹過水鄉，斜陽又似熱刺染在面光上，這一刻最難忘。怎樣有麗影一雙，仿似畫在湖上，願終此生永共他一對一雙。
在水中央有泥影一雙，好似畫在湖上。願終此生永共他一對一雙。閃閃金光輕飛躍，淡淡互相。晚風吹過水鄉，斜陽又似自然在面放上，這一刻最難忘。
I have a new number that you should plug into your phone. It's 587-507-3838. If you experience racism or perhaps you witness a racist incident in the community, document it by texting that number. A virtual helper named May will help you recall the incident. The data that is recorded and gathered will be shared among the community to help with education and awareness.